Oh, oh, it's okay.
All right, good evening. It's now 7:36.
I think you have your stuff.
I'd like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Oak Grove First High School, District 200. It is April 14th, 2022, again, 7:37 p.m. Or please, excuse me, if you could please call roll.
Mr. Kosky,
Here.
Dr. Maharaj,
Here.
Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Mr. Henry.
Here.
Mr. Martieri,
Here.
Ms. Harris,
Here.
and Ms. Spiker.
Here. All right, so this evening, typically we would go into closed session right when we start our board meeting, but because we're starting a little late this evening, we're actually moving closed session to the end. So the public can have a consistent start time. So we will move right into our actual agenda. All right, so our first item is public comments. Public comment is not meant to be a conversation with the board, or an opportunity for the public to make their views known. It's limited to 3 minutes. I am going to be a little bit more instructional in terms of timing, and I'll let folks know when they have a minute left and then when they have 30 seconds left. So that we can stick to that 3-minute timeline. So it's consistent for all commenters. If there are any questions from those who are making public comment, the board or administration, if appropriate, will make every attempt to answer those within a couple weeks. However, we would need your email if that is something that you're interested in, which we should have. I signed sign in form, so we should have that.
Yes.
So, Lisa, do you have public comment?
There is no in-person public comments, but we do have one via Zoom.
Okay.
Ms. Sheehan?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Monica Sheehan, and I'd like to address 2 agenda items. First, regarding item 8A, I applaud D200 and the Park District on the proposed collaboration to share the Ridgeland Commons turf field, which would enable the building of a much-needed outdoor track for the school's largest and most diverse teams, boys and girls track and field. The sharing of resources should be the default to meet the needs of our taxing bodies. As a memo states, the community is interested in government bodies collaborating. Accordingly, please revisit the plan to create a year-round aquatic facility at Ridgeland Commons. It would be the most pragmatic solution for the school's pool issue, and it would also open up space in the space-constrained building. A joint aquatic center would maximize our limited land and financial resources. Second, the memo in item 8B states that FGM architects gathered cost estimates to show a renovation plan as a comparison to Project 2, yet the plan presented on March 24th was a farce. It included 2 pools, each with 1 less lane than the current pools. A genuine comparison plan would include 1 pool, the Stantec recommended pool, 20 yards by 25 yards in the East Pool South Gym, along with a true renovation of spaces. It would likely cost far less than FGM's estimate of $51 million. It was difficult to take the Project 2 review seriously when the administration instructed FGM to create such a disingenuous plan. It was also difficult to understand why no board member questioned the sham exercise and no board member questioned the immense pool in Project 2, given D200's own commission reports, Stantec and FACO, which revealed the school does not need a 17-lane by 25-yard pool, and the community does not support it. Furthermore, no board member held the administration accountable for its failure to address the reportedly dire deferred maintenance in the building. And no board member addressed the outdated self-imposed mandatory swim requirement. All of which points to a board captured by a special interest group and its wants, rather than a board addressing the school's actual facility needs and the community's stated interests. As a reminder, Project 2 and its oversized pool need to go to a referendum for voter approval, as most of you affirmed during your campaigns. A board seat is not a blank check. In closing, the board may have violated the Open Meetings Act at the March 24th meeting by failing to follow its published policy, which outlines the process for public participation at board meetings. I respectfully request an email reply that explains how D200 will ensure that a representative sample for and against any agenda item will be read as a public comment in future meetings, posting the same on future agendas. I thank you for the opportunity to address these important issues and look forward to your reply.
Thank you. I need to stop my phone. All right. Anything else to say on other public comments?
There is no other live public comments, but we have 2 comments to be written into the minutes.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, our first items this evening are under finance. The first one is the memorandum of understanding the park district of Oak Park regarding the OPRF fields and facilities. Dr. Johnson.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Sarah. So if I could have our athletic director, Nicole Epson, and our executive director of operations, Ron Anderson, come on up. As they are transitioning here to the front table, I'll begin with a brief introduction of the item first. And actually, direct one more thing. Ed, if you could bring up the final attachment there called draft field renovation. That's the presentation we want to share in just a few minutes as we get a few moments, I should say, as we get this started. So beginning a few months ago, certainly several weeks ago, we learned a few things. You're going to hear more about the fact that we learned there's a significant stressor on our track and field program, given the fact that Concordia University is no longer going to be available to us for that program. But that's not the only reason we're bringing this to you tonight. As part of the review that we've been doing over the past few weeks for Project 2, we've been taking a comprehensive look at the overall physical education, athletic needs of our students in the school, and taking a look at how we might be able to meet those needs in a variety of different ways. So in many ways, number one, I want the board to consider, and the public to consider, what we're going to be talking about here as an extension on the conversation about Project 2 that we had on March 24th. Secondly, as we begin to pursue some of these possible solutions here, we've begun to have some very collaborative, open, and generative conversations with the Park District of Oak Park. We've talked several times throughout this time span about ways that we can partner to find ways to meet the outdoor educational needs that our students have. And fortunately, those conversations have gone in a variety of different directions, but they've borne fruit. And so what we see attached to this agenda item is a memorandum of understanding between PDOP and D200 that at this point really is a commitment to shared and continued conversations about finding solutions to what we're doing. What we're going to be presenting tonight by way of kind of the bulk of our discussion is going to be where we are right now in our plans for a field renovation to the back or west field, about that, and the south or Lake Street fields. Again, I want to stress to everybody viewing and to the board that at this point, this is the result of several conversations, but it really absolutely is a draft proposal at this point. We're still gathering feedback from a variety of stakeholders, which we'll talk about in the discussion here, and making adjustments and shifts as the feedback comes in. So with that as the background, I'm going to turn this over to, I believe, Nicole, our athletic director, is going to begin the conversation. So Ms. Epson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So as Greg mentioned, we are in dire need of a site for our track and field program. At the conclusion of next school year, we will lose our partnership with Concordia University. And that's due to nothing other than them expanding their own program since the 20-year agreement originated. And unfortunately, they will not be able to provide us the same services that they have over the last 20 years per our agreement. As many of you know, we are landlocked, so our options here are limited, and we have to get creative. So one of the options that we looked at prior to looking at our own facilities was, looking at other resources that are local. So Triton, other neighboring high schools, but really it is not feasible. And the reason that that is not feasible is because we would be taking a second time slot to whatever home campus we were at. So for instance, if we did go to another high school, obviously that home high school would have priority and we would get that second slot. And why is that important to consider? Because our student athletes essentially would be practicing until upwards of 9 or 10 o'clock at night and then have to be bused back here. The other implication to being off campus for such a large program is the travel arrangements. So transportation costs approximately $40,000 a year plus, depending on how transportation costs will fluctuate, would be a reality for us if we continue to be off campus.
And could you go to slide 3 if you could at this point, just click twice and I think you're right with that. Perfect, thanks.
So we have financial investments already scheduled for the fields, which are listed. 2 of them are listed within the 10-year plan, and one of them is listed later on in phase number 5 of the Imagine phase. The one of them that's listed in the 10-year plan was the replacement of the track and the turf on that field, on the Lake Street field, which was about $1.2 million. The drainage improvements on our current backfields, which is scheduled for 2031. But as we stated before, the 10-year plan is a live document. That's one of the items that we move forward, and then it'll be taken off the list once this is implemented. Phase 5 item, which is the synthetic turf, and also the bleachers that's behind the south field, which is $3.6 million and $349,000.
So some of the value that we're looking at to having a track facility on our campus would be for a multitude of reasons. One being a curricular space for our PE programs. Right now, if it is rained within the last 72 hours, it is really unusable space for our PE programs to use the natural grass fields behind our campus. If we were able to get a outdoor track and a multi-use turf field to replace the backfields in our campus, it would be used by multiple athletic programs as well: track, cross country, soccer, lacrosse, Special Olympics, marching band, football, field hockey, ultimate frisbee, cheer, drill, just to name a few of the programs that would benefit from this multi-use field. It would also enhance a community asset. So right now we have a walking track on Lake Street, but this would be more of a training facility, which is obviously preferable, especially to many of our runners within the local community. Our track program is our largest and our most represented extracurricular program here. It really defines our student body and is really consistent as a representation of our student population. And some of our larger years, we've exceeded 250 participants in both our boys and girls programs. So again, the transportation cost and the implications to moving those 250 kids daily off campus is really a need that we need to look at.
We have a current draft concept. Yeah, could you go to the next slide? We have a current draft concept of the plan, which includes the 400-meter track by the fall of 2023, which is the 400-meter track. You can see it's kind of small, but it's behind the school. It'll replace where the current baseball field and the 2 softball fields are located. We'll upgrade the original common you just see at the bottom right-hand corner. That would be where the girls softball two fields that's being displaced from the back fields.
Could you just pause for a second? Could you go back 1 slide, please? Just so that folks all can see words that match it. Nope, we went back 2 slides, but 1 more forward.
My buttons, okay.
There you go, perfect. Thank you.
So you see the 400-meter track on your left-hand side, at the top left-hand side, right below the blue, which is the tennis courts. And you'll see the upgrade to the original commons for the softball fields on the bottom right-hand corner. And then right next to it, you'll see the boys baseball field be located on that Lake Street field, which is a multi-use field, as you see the lines within the baseball field. So it'll be used all day. The same as the field that's within the track is a multi-purpose field as well.
So who would be benefiting from this? As we mentioned, our physical education classes would be on these fields during the day, or within these spaces, I should say, during the day. Our after-school sports and activities, marching band, Park District of Oak Park, many of our feeder programs, which we currently serve on campus after hours, as well as the districts of our feeder districts, District 90, 97, as well as the community. So this is a.
Go next.
Forward. Thank you. So as you can see labeled here, our tennis courts are slated for repair with construction starting in 2 weeks. And the new proposed space would allow us to have our complete track and field program on campus. There would be spaces for all of our running events, as well as our long jump, discus, pole vault, high jump, shot put, and it would all be in one space, which is extremely important just for the cohesiveness of running a meet on campus. And that is something that we weren't sure was going to be possible, but we're completely and totally thrilled with the fact that we can have all of those events in one area on our campus.
Next slide.
So this slide is just demonstrating our current fields that we see on Lake Street. Okay, so on Lake Street, and the picture to the left can be a little deceiving. It does show a baseball field, okay, and that would be a synthetic turf baseball field. But what I want to point out is all of the transitions in color there are not transitions in surface. So what does that mean? It's going to remain an entire turfed field, with the transitions being just different colors within the turf. Why is that important to acknowledge? Because we would not lose that space within the fall season. So as you can see, it is lined for a multitude of other purposes. It can be field hockey, it could be soccer, it could be shared space in lacrosse in the spring if necessary, but it wouldn't simply sit vacant in the fall. It would actually be able to be utilized because of the fact that it would be an entire turf field. As you can see on the Lake Street field, the current common field, there would be no disruption there either. It would be lined as a multi-purpose field as well, remaining consistent with the turf surface that we currently have over there. It would allow for 2 full-size softball fields in the spring, as well as a full-size soccer field in the fall with no disruption. So girls softball would move to Ridgeland Common. Understanding the following provisions would come into play. So Oak Park River Forest would invest in scoreboards, new field turf, fencing, and some other improvements as we see necessary. The girls program would have primary access for practice and competitions on the common fields, as well as the enhanced facility sharing IGA, which we would be developing for other field use and other partnerships with the Park District of Oak Park and OPRF. So kind of honing in on that Lake Street renovation. On the current turf fields on Lake Street, it would become a varsity boys baseball stadium for the spring. And what would that mean? That would include a synthetic turf field, as mentioned previously, dugouts and bullpens. So they would be afforded the same amenities that they have on campus right now. But the field lining as shown and as mentioned earlier, it can be a multi-use field for year-round use for a variety of sports. And I think that, again, that is extremely important for us to acknowledge, that we would not be utilizing that space only in the spring, but we would actually gain usable turf field space year-round.
So as we kind of transition away from the presentation and towards kind of the matters at hand for the board, which is 2 weeks from now, voting initially on this MOU between us and PDOP. We want to throw out some of those questions out there that we are still discussing and debating in various conversations. First, there's a conversation about lights. As far as the baseball is concerned, the configuration of lights on Lake Street Field, the way they currently are placed in the 4 corners isn't really ideal for a baseball field because you're either shining directly in the batter's eyes from center field or directly above the batter's head at home plate, neither of which is how you want to do it at. So there's an adjustment needed. We're exploring that. We're exploring lights on the back fields, on the west fields there. There's going to be a track for safety purposes, for practice purposes, and so on. We're looking at finding ways to respect and understand, of course, village ordinances related to such things, and also meet the needs for safety and accessibility for practices. Again, conversations that are in the works. Obviously, use and availability for the track for the community. We know that the walking track around the current Lake Street fields is one that the community enjoys and is able to use. We want to make sure that any track that we would have in the backfields allows that same level of use. Something that, again, shines a light, no pun intended, on the safety needs for that space. So we're looking at that possibility too. So we have some more work to do in the next several weeks. We need to determine a sample schedule for all programs in fall and spring and coordinate that with the Park District as we begin to develop a full-fledged IGA that details exactly how the space sharing is going to function for the benefit of the Park District programs and the district programming, as well as the community programming that is currently not on Park District property, but is on our own property backfields. Nicole could speak to some of what those are specifically, but we have, in the fall, we have a Huskies football or a little Huskies football program out there, and there are others too. So the conversations with the Park District will be ongoing, and we're going to be gathering input from a variety of sources, much of which has already begun. If we go to the next slide, I'll be able to detail that a little bit more specifically before we open this up. This isn't everything, but this is a pretty solid sample of conversations that we've had so far, ranging from booster club conversations, an initial conversation with the Park District Board that occurred a week ago tonight regarding the MOA. We discussed this with our facilities committee meeting. We had a conversation last night with good representation from the neighbors directly around us. An invitation went out to 65 families to participate in that conversation. But these won't be the only ways to gather that input, excuse me. We plan for the Park District Board to be voting on the MOA that's in the packet tonight. I'm sorry, the conversation on the 14th is tonight. A week from tonight, the Park District Board is going to be looking at this. We'll bring the MOA back to this group for discussion and a vote again on April 28th. And then on May 4th, as these plans develop and we've gathered this feedback and we've adjusted the plans and we've been able to respond to some of the questions that are coming our way, we are hosting a community feedback conversation on May 4th here at the high school. That'll be a joint conversation between PDOP and D200, a little presentation from us, and then opening it up for questions and feedback. Before hopefully being in a situation where we're able to come to this board in May, June for a final plan of the developed IGA and hopefully voting on funding the project moving forward. Two quick things about that. There should be questions about what are you talking about as far as cost for this thing? What would this thing cost? And I just want to be very transparent right now. We are bringing to this board this MOA at the point of conversation before we can reliably begin to let you know what all these costs might be. We're in the midst of that conversation. We're talking with FGM. And they're talking to their consultants to get us some draft ideas of costs, and we'll be able to share those out as soon as we have those a little bit more firmed up than we're able to do right now at this stage of the process. And the second thing I wanted to point out, let me see, it was just that I guess we don't know the exact, it was groundbreaking. We don't know the exact date on when we will bring this to the board for approval, but the plan, of course, is to make this track available for our sports team, so there's no interruption to our track programming, which means that we're talking about this being available for our school and our students in the spring of '24. And that would mean that the construction for this would take place somewhere in the summer months, maybe a 4-month range or so, 4 or 5 month range in the spring to, late spring to early fall of 23. Essentially, consider this something that'll be going on a year from now. Yeah, so I think that's the end of just kind of the overview, and we'll open it up to our questions.
So questions from board members? Comments, does not have questions.
I have a couple of questions based on what I've seen and some comments. First of all, my comment is I'm delighted to see collaboration with Park District and at least a conceptual solution here that fits a lot of these that have been talked about. So this is an exciting opportunity. Questions I had three. One, Nicole, when you referenced the transportation, is the 40,000 a current expense right now to go to Concordia back?
Correct.
Okay, and it would be, so that would mitigate that expense.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Secondly, and I'm kind of digging into my historical knowledge, which is, we've had discussions in the past about Scoville, and, in this proposal, the Scoville Street, the spur is remaining in place as it stands, is that correct? And does that meet all our needs?
Yeah, thanks. Yes, and what we have right here remains intact. I mean, I know that had been a historic conversation here in the district several weeks ago, in January, when we were just imagining where a track might fit. We wondered about whether Scoville Spur could be part of a solution, as we look for that space. For a number of reasons, we ruled that out. Number one, because we found a place for the track to fit. That was absolutely step one. But number two, the other two spaces work too, right? The baseball, the softball fields, they work over there. Park District was talking with us quite a bit about that. And so we realized that taking away that thoroughfare, to whatever extent it's used, it's not a major thoroughfare, but it's important for members of the community. It's something we thought, is that really something we want to do for what gain? Given the fact that we would also be losing parking along these two fields in order to do that. There's just no win in even discussing that any further. And so we never even got to a point where we formally brought that forward to anybody from the village for conversation. It was purely theoretical and it died there.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And my last one, and I know you mentioned I realize this is all, real-time conceptual, but when we talk about an agreement with the Park District, has there been any discussion about duration for an agreement?
We haven't nailed down end date to it, although I'll just speak for myself, and anybody who's been part of the conversation with the Park District could challenge or add to this if they see fit. But I think we very much see this as a very, very long-term agreement. Okay.
Yeah.
This is a partnership for however far down the road you can foresee.
Right. Yeah. This is I see this as being when Nicole mentioned that the Concordia was 20 years. 20 years goes by quickly, right? And this is a severe, a commitment of our resources and towards a plan. So I would just echo that this should be a long-term partnership.
It only really works if it's long-term, and but we can formalize that or find some way to put that into language in the IGA.
Thank you.
Yep.
Fred?
Well, first I want to thank everybody involved in putting this together. I think it's a great example of some real thinking outside of the box and being creative with what we have. And I know that, Brad, Ron, and the Park District and the rest of the administration is worked tirelessly. And I have a couple of questions, but I also want to make some comments because Because I think that by going to a configuration like this, from what we have now, and Nicole, please correct me if I am wrong, greatly enhances our ability to utilize the space that we, our outdoor space that we have.
Correct.
It seems to me, and just knowing anecdotally, when I walk by the fields, especially the west fields, seem to be underutilized, both fall and spring.
Yeah, to quantify that, we have canceled more games than we've played at this point, and we're halfway through, just about halfway through our baseball and softball seasons.
Do you have field conditions?
Due to field conditions specifically, yeah.
And it also would enhance our physical education programming, being able to utilize more space.
Absolutely.
Okay. I just want to make, I think you mentioned it, Greg, but I want to make sure, this has no effect on our planned renovations of the tennis courts. So that is going forward full steam ahead.
Absolutely correct. In fact, you'll notice in the drawing earlier, Ron referenced the blue tennis courts to the south of the proposed track area. That is slated to begin in just a few weeks here, and will be ready in the fall.
Just too bad that's not.
I said north when you heard me say south.
So I think it was that first slide that we looked at, which is the third slide, that talked about the financial investments.
Yeah.
If I kind of quickly had that up in my little brain, it looks like that we are set to invest at least roughly $6 million over the next 10 years or so into those outdoor facilities. And those investments wouldn't be necessary if we make a capital improvement investment in these fields.
Correct.
And then finally, the lights issue. And I know there's always great consideration about lights, but right now our baseball program doesn't, or our softball programs don't utilize lights.
Correct.
All right, so that would be actually, if we were to have night games over there for baseball, it'd be something that we don't have now.
Correct.
So it's just food for thought, so.
Yeah, can I speak to that about just really quickly? When you talk about lights and field turf that we are talking about, you accomplish the same goal in two different ways. You make our spaces available for a much greater duration of time than they currently are available, right?
Yes.
So you avoid most of the rainouts and you get into the twilight hours.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else have any comments or questions?
I don't have any questions. Heard a headline about the utilization of that field over there. But we've talked since I've been on the board about how do we better leverage our relationships with the other governing bodies and the village. And I think I'm really happy to see this come forward as an option. I'm really excited to see how much it's gonna cost. So I want to see the money, so yeah.
I should say too, since we're talking about that, just quickly, that this idea was something that was discussed extensively in the Imagine process. This isn't, you putting a tractor isn't brand new. The stopping point at that point is, what do we do with the baseball and softball fields? And so it really is it's that collaboration you just that allows this old idea to, have kind of a new birth.
Marianne?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment. My understanding when you were talking about the sort of feeder programs for our school, that's coming from the middle schools, right? So then it seems to me this is also a collaboration with D97 and D90 not necessarily in funding immediately, but in terms of utility to the broader community. So I just wanted to confirm that. And I think this is great. When I was on iGov, we started when I was on the library board, we were looking for these collaboration opportunities, and it's really exciting to see one of these possibly moving forward.
Yeah, so the feeder programs that we were speaking of is not only our feeder districts, but also different programming. So we have the, youth group with both soccer and baseball. We have the windmill softball program, which feeds a lot of our kids, into the high school from that program. And there's a variety of other collaborations within the community for youth sports that we would be able to support, that we currently support on campus, but would be able to support to a greater extent if we get these upgrades.
It's great.
1 second, sorry, that's my gallery view of the board. Ralph, do either one of you have any comments or questions?
No, this is Ralph. My questions have all been asked, so I'm not going to re-ask them. The only comment I have is I am sitting on iGov now with Tom Kofsky, and it's really not as easy to design these kind of collaborations as you think. There's a bunch of stuff that frequently gets in the way. So I guess my main comment is this is a really good path to go down, and I want to let Dr. Johnson and the administration know I really appreciate them being very creative and taking a lead in doing something that will benefit, not just the students and their families who attend our high school, but the greater community. So I think if this does, get to the point where it happens, it'll be a really positive thing. And we owe a lot to Greg Johnson and his team for being creative and leading on it.
Okay. Any comments or questions?
Oh, everything's been said and asked already, but I'm very happy about this proposal.
Yes, I appreciate this as well. Just to echo what everyone said, I think this is a really elegant solution to a long-standing problem and a long-standing need. And I also want to just say that I was present for the initial conversation with the Park District, with the whole board members with Jane Arnold, and they were extremely receptive and very, eager and generous for their, not just their time, but also, had a lot of great ideas around how we can make this work better. So I'm thrilled. I've been stressing about Concordia for quite some time, so I'm really glad. And so Ms. Epson, I also want to thank you, because this is your first year and you had a lot. So thank you for all of the work and all of the additional meetings that you had just around facilities, but also around this brand new kind of idea that surged relatively recently. You really all of you scrambled, so thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one question, I just remembered. Sure. So we're in the process of developing a sustainability policy for the board, right? We're working on that in a separate work group. So do we have thoughts around how we can be environmentally friendly in terms of the turf? I know that there's some more eco-friendly options than there have been in years past when this conversation has arisen. I'm just wondering if I'm assuming we're looking in that direction, is that right?
Yeah, there's different options for infill now with recycled rubber and gym shoes and different programs that we can utilize for a different type of infill, which would probably be one of our bigger concerns. So yes, we are exploring that.
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage that. Obviously, we need to look at price too, but that I think should be foremost in our consideration of materials.
Then also going to LED light.
Yes. Yes, good. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good work. Great, our next item is FGN Architects Work Authorization number 6.
Okay, this Ronald Anderson is here. Cindy Sedora is present for this conversation, and I don't know if she's on the line, but Carolyn Gust is for this as well. And just by way of quick introduction, this is really a direct product of the conversation that we had at the board at the regular board meeting on March 24th. Discussed project 2 and outlined a timeline, among other things, for the continuation of the design phase as we move towards figuring out exactly what any type of renovation might look like. FGM has been a partner with us for quite a while right now, and we want to formalize that relationship for this authorization number 6 as we move further down that design phase. So Ron, I'll turn it over to you.
And also, as you know, we have a master agreement with FGM. That does not include the different separate authorizations. We listed all of the different authorizations that's been included throughout the time that the tenure that FGM's been here. And project the authorization number 6 is all project 2. The memo also provides a list of services dating back to January 20th, which will be billed as an hourly rate if there's no project authorization going forward. But hopefully this would be one of the things that help save us money. Instead of hourly rate, will be this authorization is asking for proposing a 6.4% rate, which is based off of the original project 2 costs, which will be adjusted once we get past a certain point and we get an actual tighter budget for it. But that cost is the $65,300 and $67,600. If you see the times 0.88, that's because FGM does not charge on top of soft costs. So they'll be charging on top of the $57,523,488. And that would give us a total cost FGM will be charging would be the 3.68. The fees are structured to be broken down into 2 phases. The first phase, which is the programming, the concept design, and the schematic design. That phase, if the district chooses not to go forward, or the board chooses not to go forward past the phase, we're not obligated to pay anything to FGM further than that. The second phase, if we obtain funding and it's approved, we move forward, we'll be going into the design development, the construction documentation, the bidding, and the construction administration, those charges. And we broke it out, the cost for each area of those phases, so that it could be as transparent as possible to show you how much we'd be getting charged at each level of the contract. You have some questions?
From the board, let's try our Zoomers first. Sorry, I'm struggling with my laptop tonight. So folks who are virtual, Ralph, Brave, Marianne, do any of you have questions or comments as to this item? See Ralph saying no, Brave, I think is saying no. Marianne, chime in if you do.
No questions.
Right, folks in the room? See nothing?
I just don't want to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm always. So my question, so this is project 2, and I, we just, which is really trying part of the overall Imagine plan, the next phase. We just have a delightful, wow, is that for me? Presentation on the fields, which included some things that are elsewhere in the Imagine work, correct? Yeah. Like I think the track, the indoor was like project 5 or. So
yeah,
so the question I have is, how do we envision that the work we just discussed will intersect with project 2? Are we going to be packaging this together as one kind of next step forward, or how is that being looked at?
So I'll take a first response to that, and anybody else, we folks from FGM here, if you guys want to chime in, that'd be great. Ron, if you want to jump into, I just want to say just very quickly, yes, I think philosophically and all the ways that might be applied when we think about student use for physical activity, whether it's curricular or extracurricular, this is absolutely insane with what we're talking about, project 2. And so as we move forward, if this is approved for this work a year from now, we should consider the beginning of project 2 as beginning then, if we do that, then next summer when this construction begins. And I think that's further underscored by the comment I made at the end of that, that this is a notion, this is an idea that was originally, bandied about by Imagine. So all of that kind of points in that direction. But I do, just so folks at home and maybe in the room too, I want to clarify that Project 5 would be quite a ways down the road because of how the track design in Project 5 would be on the 3rd floor and would be on the same footprint as part of what's designed for right now, anyway, for Project 2. And I think as a result of that being so far into the future, 2 projects away from where we are right now, 3 projects away from where we are right now. And because you're really talking in that way about an indoor facility versus an outdoor facility, we shouldn't think about those 2 things in any way as mutually exclusive. There are all sorts of schools across the country, state, that have both an indoor and an outdoor facility, one of which is only a mile or so to our west with the Proviso School District. That is a very high quality indoor track and an outdoor track. And you go a little bit further west, you see the same thing in Elmhurst, New York. And those are just 2, directly in our proximity. So I don't think we should think about the field work that we discussed as supplanting anything discussed at this point for Project 2 itself either. Okay, I don't see that. I see it enhancing our student experience related to that, but not as pulling anything out of Project 2. Let me know if I've misspoken or on that, but anyway, go ahead. Anybody else wants to add?
I just like a clarification. My on.
No, drink.
Okay. I just like actually a clarification. Are you asking if the proposal that we're putting forward here would incorporate that work, or were you talking more along the lines of combining the projects from an Imagine perspective?
Don't mind. I'm sorry. We need to introduce you, Allison.
Sorry,
This is-
I'm sorry. I'm Allison Service. I'm the project manager with FDM Architects. Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, so from a proposal perspective, this does not include the track.
Right.
And in it, it's purely for Project 2. When the district gets to a point that they are ready to move forward with the track and field project, we would bring forward a separate project authorization for that work. In part because it would be difficult to combine the 2, considering the timing needs of the track and field project, and that it would need to go out to bid. If it's going to happen next summer, it would need to go out to bid this fall before you make funding decisions about Project 2. So we would bring that as a separate proposal.
And just because I was thinking conceptual and design phase and all that stuff. When we transition into actual costs, we are. I want to underscore not only what you just said, but the fact that the price point that you've used in this authorization is based off of the work that was done 4 years ago.
Correct.
And you're using that as a placeholder for this work. We
Correct.
have not done that, and I don't want anybody in the room or elsewhere to think that 65-point figure that we've referenced earlier in any way is what we're talking about for what Project 2 would be. We're just simply not at that point, and we're far away from that.
Correct. That's where we're starting off right now with, that's the information that the board has and that we all have to work from. At the end of the process, when we get the estimate at the end of schematic design, which is the end of phase 1, that would be what the board would be voting on how to fund and what they want to approve. And then that would be reconciled fee-wise. And again, if you do move forward into phase 2, and then we get bid numbers, we then again reconcile our fee based on bid numbers. And then one final reconciliation happens at the very end of construction with the final construction invoice that comes in of what the final number is, we reconcile, and based on that 6.4% fee. So there's reconciliation that happens along the way that it's based on the percentage, not a specific dollar.
I have a couple of questions, maybe a comment or 2. The first has to do with scheduling. All right, and as I look at this outline, we're talking of conceptual design occurring now, and going through June with a report at our June board meeting. Which seems like have formerly been an observer of the management process, and I know that you're not starting from scratch, but you do have to revisit every element, I imagine. And no pun intended.
I thought I know
This is Jim Woods, principal with FGM Architects. I want to add one other thing to that point of view in terms of having to revisit everything. As we've gotten into the programming for project 2, what we've also realized is that we need to look at sequences 3 and 5 because they also are partly affect PE and athletics, as well as things that are in the 10-year facility plan related to the stadium, because all of those relate to PE and athletic facilities. And we want to make sure that at every stage, whether you're in the middle of project 2 and something is being torn down that you're currently utilizing, and obviously that has effects on the programs that you're offering during that time period, and going forward into the future, that things are accounted for and taken into consideration so that we don't leave anything unlooked at.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I also wanted to point out that if I remember correctly, there are also some elements that are outside of PE that are captured in the second Imagine second phase.
You're correct. The theater supports this.
There are theaters. There is I think band space. Isn't there band space?
That's project 3.
That's project 3. Okay. The green room. That's it, right.
That's what it is.
Okay. I'm looking at this timeline of having conceptual design we'll have in June. We'll have schematic designs in October. One of my concerns is at what point in time do we get some cost estimates so that you can come to us with some costing and that the board can make some serious planning and decision making on how a plan would get funded
So,
and what that timing would be.
so we're currently showing that the SD estimate, we would complete SD at the beginning of September, and they would put together a schematic design estimate that would come to the board in October, which would be part of the schematic design presentation, and you would have that information for discussion and decision making. If the board wanted an additional concept design estimate, that could be procured after completion of concept design to give you a heads up. That isn't currently in the schedule, but it could be added.
So, you're talking about bidding this thing out in early part of late 2023, early 2024.
Yeah.
I assume construction beginning sometime in the spring of 2024. So what I'm saying is going backwards. All right, looking at it, building backwards. Where is at a point where we have to have that discussion on funding?
So that you would get the schematic design information, that presentation at the end of October. And we are showing that in early to mid-April is when design development would begin. So we're showing that break from the end of October until the beginning of April for those decisions and notice to proceed to happen. How that happens beyond that framework that we've provided here is up to the school board.
Nothing further to add. That's a time.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have any questions or comments, except thank you. And then this is going to be brought to the board again this week, right?
Correct. This will be on the agenda 2 weeks for approval.
All right, thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I want to make note of the fact that I forgot item 6A, but we can go to that 15 minutes. So, hold on. We'll come back to it. All right, our next item is the 10-year maintenance plan.
Yeah, so this is third on our tour of capital project conversations. 10-year maintenance plan. We talked about this several weeks ago, bringing it to the board at this meeting. This item will not actually, as opposed to the others, be coming to the board for approval at a future board meeting. But this is the result of several conversations with the board over the past few years about our capital projects that are outside of these large capital improvements. The intent here is to present something that kind of encapsulates what 10-year maintenance is in this district and how we see ourselves moving forward with it. Ron and his team are going to talk about ways in which this document must be in flux as we move forward over the next few years. It's a good roadmap, but in some ways the exact roads we take are going to have to be decided throughout the next several years. So Ron, go ahead.
And keep in mind that this is a high-level draft planning document that cost estimates need validated by design and the bidding process, everything that's above that bidding amount. And this is a living document that can be added.
Ron, is your mic on?
Can you hear me now?
Sorry.
All right. So we went back based off a lot of the concerns that was asked of at the April 14th board meeting, and we added some overlap to show what items overlap with project 2, as well as the reconfiguration of this plan. Can everyone see this? Everyone see it? No. Oh, so there's within this plan, we have 14 different categories. And what we did differently is each category has an attachment to it, so that not only you can see a lot of the things you can see reports, which is the accessibility and health life safety, you'll see the reports. And also we added pictures to the categories so that you'll get more of the visual of the things that the needs of the building. For example, I'll run through the chart first, and then I'll go back and show you examples of the categories. We have capital improvement descriptions in the first column, and this is to make it more transparent and make it more detailed to give everybody an idea exactly what it is we're looking to do. That's been identified by the district, the architects, what years that we've done in, why it's needed, and estimated costs. And you'll see you see the estimated cost for items. We have a column that has the cost for overlap. That is the overlap of the 10-year maintenance plan items along with project 2. And then you have what it would cost if project 2 happens, and we take those items out. You have that right there. And we put it 10 years out so that you can see exactly what year certain items would happen. And you will see the first 3 years, that work has already been bid out. So those can't be adjusted, but the items years 24 through 32, those items are not set in stone. So if there's something that needs to get pushed out further, something needs to get brought in because of emergencies, those things will be adjusted. And going back over to the left-hand column, as you can see, for example, we have accessibility. This has been a topic for a long time. So if I go to the accessibility plan, this will allow anyone who clicks on a link, the links, I made it so that anyone can go into it. So if we go into it, like say for instance, I go into the 3rd floor. We have multiple reports that will be available, and also photos go along with reports. this will allow you to see exactly what's inside of these plans and how much it costs to fix, the estimated cost to fix a lot of these things that we have problems with. As you can see, there's one of the accessibility problems, steep ramp that's not really wheelchair friendly, that's been identified inside the report. And these are, a lot of these are different reports that's been identified. Going back to the same thing with the health and life safety report. This will give you an idea of exactly what's been identified in the 10-year health and life safety plan. And when you hear health and life safety, I want you to know that that's the items that's been identified by the architect that comes in every 10 years and provides the district with a report of items that need to be, as violations that need to be addressed. And you can see here, it's a very long report, which I won't go through with you. Just give you an idea, just a bunch of different categories, 156-page report that shows things that need to be addressed. And these items were all listed within the first 3 years of this plan, right?
To clarify, there's items that have to be completed within 5 years, and then there's items that that are not at the same level of urgency, and everything that's listed in that first 5 years needing to be done is included in what was previously bid out, HLS work.
And also the other health and life safety items that's identified can be items from the West 40 or items from the fire marshal. Those are things that comprise of the health and life safety. And we try to give as detailed as possible items that's within the other areas. For instance, you have the roofing phases. Those different phases, you can see how they stretched out in different years. And also you have the items that's overlap. If project 2 happens, you see that you have the project 2 here. We have them highlighted in yellow. So it gives a detail and you can identify which items will come out. We also have the completed items. This gives the document, it keeps it up to date. And every time something is completed, it will remain on this list. So it's a building list so that no matter what, you go back and see what was done, when it was done, and how much it cost. And if you go down, you see the masonry prep, you see all of the different things, the outdoor site. And we also included things like technology needs. The technology needs, when we say technology needs, those are the needs, the infrastructure needs. Like we need fiber runs under the South Field and different places. Those type of things fall under the realm of the 10-year maintenance plan. So those were added. Items such as the garage, we have those listed because they need to be on the board radar, because eventually we will have to address those things. There's no price right now because the price is pretty high, and we don't want to put it in because it's so far out that, but we wanted it to be on the board's radar, that there is an option for building up and an option for tearing down and rebuilding new. And the cost of those are listed at the bottom of the plan as well. Scrolling down, within each one of within these, we have also, I don't want to go through each one of the line items. I want to get to the bottom so I can show you that there's each one of the items, there's costs built in that has to be addressed as well. It's called soft costs. And you see a lot of to be determines within the soft costs. That's because those items are unknowns because the items haven't been bid out yet. So sometimes it could be asbestos abatement. There could be other things that add cost to them. And we could determine exactly what the cost would be. We want to put the cost that we think that would affect the outcome of the cost. And I have FGM will go over the overlaps.
Are you sure you're going to test?
Sure, right here.
Ron, can I just quickly jump in? That if you, I mean, anybody's looking for just a high picture, all right, it's broken down. If you just want to know, what are we kind of talking about each year? In that link, that first link in the memo, that's the document that you're seeing projected on the screen right now. You see in line 67, that is the summary of costs for each year prior to soft costs, okay? So that's reading for what that is, line 67.
Okay, so the board had asked several times that the administration take a look at how the costs for the various Imagine Plan projects overlap with this 10-year maintenance plan. And so the district asked that we take a look at this. And so if you could open up the diagrams, we can scroll through them quickly. If anybody has any questions about the diagrams, I can certainly stop and talk about them. But these are provided as backup information, and I can get into the cost overlap afterwards. So as part of the presentation for Project 2, we provided copies of the Project 2 overlap. And we then, as the next step for this meeting, looked at the overlap for other projects. And to be noted, you can see there's some, let me open this up so we can talk to. In the yellow or the colored highlighting are the specific projects. We broke it out by Imagine project. And obviously the farther down the list of the Imagine project you get, the farther out that work is, so the less likely that the maintenance work would be able to wait until that project happens, but we're still showing the overlap, and so you can understand how each one overlaps moving forward. And so we took each project as its own standalone comparison. And you can see that there's, we also broke out to show what's window replacement and masonry tuck pointing as its own individual thing, so that you could see that in addition to just hatching, which the hatching tends to be plumbing upgrades, mechanical upgrades, flooring, electrical, and things of that nature. So if anybody has any specific questions about those diagrams, I'm happy to answer them, but I think the more, can you open up the cost conversation? More salient point is the cost overlap. It's this one right here. There we go. Zoom in. So here it is. Okay. So in looking at Project 2, to clarify, because Project 2 was presented in conjunction with a conversation about what it would potentially cost to do renovations instead of Project 2 for those spaces. The previous cost comparison showed the exterior envelope information as exterior items, and the items that are interior renovations, such as corridor upgrades, were included in that interior cost last time. Here you have the straight out cost, just of both of those overlapping with Project 2. And we made the decision to break out separately. There was one line item that was for pool and locker room renovations, which doesn't show up on the 10-year plan that Ron just put together, because it's a placeholder in the maintenance planning, but it's currently out beyond 2032. And if Project 2 didn't happen, it would probably need to move forward and find a place inside the 10-year plan, but right now it's not there. So when we had presented it last time, if you totaled up the pool and locker room renovations, we were looking at doing renovation work in place at the same time that Project 2 would happen, which is about 2 years from now. So that came to about 21.3 million approximately. This placeholder is for 27 million because it's looking at it much farther down the line. So we pulled that out because it's not true overlap with what's in this 10-year plan shown. So the 5.325 million is what is an overlap. So, and then as you go down with project 3, there's an overlap of approximately a little over 4.3 million. Project 4 has an overlap of just over 11.6 million, and project 5 has an overlap of about 7.4 million. And so there are certain things that show up in different that overlap with different projects. A lot of the exterior work overlap happens with project 2 and project 3 because those propose to tear down and replace existing areas of building, whereas project 4 and project 5 are more interior renovation focused. And then there are things like plumbing upgrades and accessibility upgrades, and mechanical things that are flooring. Some of those things only overlap with projects 4 and 5 because what's in the 10-year plan accounted for doing work on the north end of the building and did not include the south end of the building. So there's less overlap there. So we've tried to take out and give you exactly this piece of the flooring upgrade aligns with this particular Imagine plan. And that's what those diagrams show to help clarify as you move forward with what might drop out if you do work and what would not. So with that, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
All right, questions from board members? Not looking at Tom or Fred. Questions from any other board members? We'll get there.
I did have a question. Just want to understand this correctly. Overlap of, well, I guess 27 million, you said a placeholder, and because I'm looking at the 27 million, I'm looking at 21.3 million. It's a difference of about 5.7 million, roughly. So as I see it in the spreadsheet, it's 21.3 million for the locker rooms only, not the pool. Is that correct?
No, it was for, if you added up the pool and locker room renovations in the previous cost studies document that was presented at the last board meeting, those added up with 2 years of escalation to that 21.3 million number. The 27 million placeholder is an estimate that the district has put in for down the road.
Right. I just as written, it says 20.3 million was provided for locker rooms or renovated in place. It doesn't mention the pool, so I wasn't clear there.
Oh yeah, sorry. The previous one, the 21.3 is to renovate both pools in place in their current configuration and both in the pool locker rooms in place.
So it should probably be updated because that's not what it says in the spreadsheet that I'm looking at.
Are you look the one here that says?
No, not that one. I'm looking at the cost plan overlap.
The cost plan overlap.
It's a one pager.
Yeah, sorry, I thought from the last meeting. No, he's looking at the one from the last meeting, I believe is what you're talking.
Yeah, because that's attached to the agenda, so it's not really clear for reading. Someone else is reading that.
The one attached to the agenda says pool and locker room renovations.
But if you go to the far right, where it says note.
Yep.
Here.
Oh, I see, you're right. That's just, pool should be in that phrase, the far right of the note.
Right, if you go down to the second last line, it says 26.
Okay.
Pool needs to be in that. Yeah.
Yep, sorry, my apologies, I thought you were referring to the previous.
Yeah, I got you
We can
confused.
update that to correct that. It is for pool and locker room renovations.
That was it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Not time to press. Your answer is no. Well, I mean, not to look at there. Gina, did you have anything? No? Okay, we'll do Fred then Tom.
Just real quickly, looking at this, the page that Capri was just on, the one page overlap. I guess my concern comes with, and I still have a problem wrapping my hands around having an Imagine plan and a maintenance plan and not having one plan for capital needs. And my concern is as we go forward with this, and the timing of things. All right, that we know that, okay, we're starting to work on project 2 now. What it's gonna look like, we'll know in the months ahead. But projects 3, 4, and 5 are well down the road, we know that. But some of these maintenance items that overlap, okay, how do we know the timing on those and whether they need to be pushed back a little bit, if they're not urgent, to keep them in the projects rather than doing them on a regular 10-year cycle? Does that make any sense?
I thought so until the very end there. So I think the question is, how do we know that things are appropriately placed within the projects that have been identified and imagined, as opposed to in the 10-year maintenance? Is that right?
No, I'm just concerned about, okay, we on the 10-year maintenance plan, the roof on a certain portion of the building comes up, and that's in project 4, and project 4 is 6 years away. You know, how do we make that determination about that, how that work gets done or doesn't get done, or pushed off or doesn't get pushed off?
There is exactly that kind of conversation that we will need to have on several items as we do the planning, particularly for like phase 5 roofing that encompasses areas that are part of project 3. And it's something that the administration would bring forward to the board of, here's the needs and here's the imagined plan and what do we need to do. And with some of those areas, they are leaking and therefore would need maintenance work sooner than Imagine would plan for.
Yeah, and I want to add one piece to that, and because I want to articulate, Ron and I have talked a lot about how the items that are not currently bid out, right? How do they transition to the bid phase, which is really what you're talking about in the 10-year maintenance. How does that happen? And so we can articulate this a little bit better about, you know, the fact that this is a flexible working document. Every single year, we're gonna shift this grid, like the items on this grid, one cell to the left as they move forward. And in that will be a renovation, I shouldn't say renovation, the wrong word. It'll be a review, an editing, a revision, there we go, that's the word, of what this plan is. And we'll make those types of decisions on a yearly basis, based off of what we anticipate coming down the road. There are gonna be judgment calls. There are a lot of conversations to illustrate that with our pools. There have been kind of a loose judgment call in the past few years to say, wait, something can be happening with these things. Let's not make these renovations. And we addressed that last board meeting. So that type of conversation is going to be an active conversation that we're having internally, and we'll share with the board every fall. I think we said, at least every year with the board, we'll showcase this is where we are at this point, so the board is fully aware of how those decisions are being made.
Okay, and then one kind of tangential question to that, yeah, has to do with the actual imagined plan itself. As we now, we're going into the second phase of the second project, we're re-looking at conceptual things. And the thought process back when it started and when, when it was presented to the board in 2018, was that it would be a living, breathing document, and that it would be constantly updated and upgraded. So how do we, obviously we're doing that on project 2, but what about projects 3, 4, 5? How do we keep those fresh? How do we keep those that we know, what the needs are in those elements as things change within the district?
Project 2 first?
I know project 2. I'm not trying to put a cart before the horse, but what I'm saying is, as we're doing this, and as you're going year to year to year, how are we looking at the subsequent imagined projects and those needs?
So,
because we know that things change.
Yeah.
Looking at project 2.
Right.
Okay. Let me respond to that just quickly by illustrating something that Jim spoke to earlier when he was talking. we have found in some areas early in this conversation, early in this design process, midway through this design process, that there are elements of that are currently identified in project 3, for example, that we need to plan for in a pretty active way, or actually address, you know, and to some extent as part of project 2. Otherwise, we run the risk of having space that is of suboptimal or very limited use. And so we need to really think about how we're making the transition from these different sequences that we have in the Imagine plan while we are in the design phase of the earlier plan. And so to some extent, exactly what you're asking about, we are doing right now in our discussions, you know, dipping into project 3. And so in some way, like the categorical answer to your question is, it's an ongoing, constant conversation of design work. But you know, your question also was huge, and you're saying, well, how do you do this for projects 4 and 5? You know, it's a harder question to really articulate with any sort of real precision until we get a little bit closer to those things and figure out how a real design work for that is going to be based off of the needs of those years, right? Which are way down the road. I don't know if that captures, Jim, what you were getting at before, but
yeah, I think that largely captures, but I think the other thing that it behooves us to do is, as we're doing a project and we look at Imagine as the entire master plan for the facility, is that as we do a cost estimate for project 2, that will be a much more detailed estimate relative to an actual schematic design, that at the same time we revisit the other pieces of the master plan to at least update the cost to current dollars, so that people, you know, project 3, when is that happening? 6 years from now, 7 years from now? I don't know that right now. But certainly costs are going to be significantly different than what was put forward in the original Imagine master plan. And I think the board being aware of what that might mean is important.
Thanks.
And also everything that we identify that needs to be done, we look at the other phases, just like with the track. We noticed that in phase 5, there we plan on doing synthetic fields on the west field. So that's part of phase 5, could be pulled out of phase 5, but it's not going to phase 2, but it's going to a different project. So we identified that complete. That's part of the Imagine plan is complete. Everything we do, it seems to tie to the Imagine plan. And as they're completed, we check those things off as we review it.
So I feel like we're getting a bit far afield from the actual 10-year maintenance plan. Although I don't want to give short shrift to any of the conversations, but it's 9, got a lot to do. We started a little late. Do you have other questions, Fred? Tom?
You just shut me down. So I have a specific question clarifying on the document that's on display, just so that I understand it. And so I'm going to focus on project 3 just as a point of discussion,
Okay.
Just so I understand the data. So, because this is all about, in my mind, time, you know, the when. So the data that's presented that has the costs, well, the 10-year maintenance plan for project, I'm just picking the project 3 to try to understand it. So there's a 10-year maintenance plan for project 3. And then there's the overlap, right, of $4.3 million.
There is not a 10-year maintenance plan for project 3. There's a 10-year.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
The first column is the 10-year maintenance plan total cost for that category item.
Yes, correct.
The second
I
one
miss.
is
I just want to clarify.
Sarah threw me off with this. So I guess the thing I'm trying to understand is does there need to be an assumption of when that work is going to be done in these estimates? What's the time component?
Right now, this is pure overlap, just to show where overlap exists. It isn't taking into account when would project 3 happen, when would these specific items happen. But that is something that looking at the 10-year maintenance plan, and if project 3 starts to become more real, or this work starts to creep up on that date, that analysis would need to happen of, oh, if project 3 is only a year or 2 out, perhaps this can wait a year if it seems more real, or it may be, what is the urgency of this item?
So, my question then, I think it's along the same lines of what Fred was trying to articulate. So first of all, I do appreciate that, you know, the district is trying not to throw good money after bad by spending where we feel we will be doing renovation work. But then the balancing act is time changes things. Time changes. So when I go back to the original imagined goals, there were 2 that in my mind, that out of all of them, that I think we've not, you know, achieved or not done as well as we could. One was just mentioned in terms of keep looping back to what the costs are. And the other one was it was going to be done in 10, hope we could do it in 10 years. And I think that was a dream, but we know that is not going to happen. So my point is time is moving on. So as we look at this, I guess that you're describing what happens, but I'm just trying to, and the data's here, I'm just trying to get a better grip so that we are fixing anything that needs to be fixed that is not impacted by any of our capital. That's the easy one, okay? But then anything that is impacted, which is all of this overlap stuff, we have the right rigor, and I know it's, that rigor is hard because of time, right? We think we can get another year out of something, why bother? But then that 1 year becomes 2 years, it becomes 3 years. And then you have a narrative that says, you know what, we go to gym class and it's like a shower because it's raining, and it paints a bad picture when we're trying to, so I'm just trying to, you described it, but what that process is by which we say, here are the elements that need to get done, they've reached their life, here's where they impact and bounce against our project work, and we've got to make some tough decisions. So I think that's what you're describing, but it's and the data's here, but it's still kind of, I'm still trying to process it all in how it happens. But I think the ultimate measure is, are we fixing stuff that needs to be, that's keeping our students in a facility that works, and then integrating it. So it's.
Thank you.
Wait,
No, Ralph, I'm sorry, I lost my. I didn't keep switching my views here, so I didn't see. Yes, Ralph, please go.
Great. So, so Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, because the way I looked at this and the way I view this discussion is this is really the job of the board in discussion with the administration. We haven't approved projects 2, 3, 4, 5. We may not. We do know what our maintenance needs are. You're highlighting for the board that if we do project 2, project 3, we won't have to incur these maintenance costs. There may be times when we're going to have to do a maintenance cost because the project hasn't been approved yet. We're still discussing it. It's a critical need. And that may result in a duplicative cost or a cost that we didn't have to incur if we go ahead with the project. But that's going to be something we can discuss, knowing what's critical to fix and what's not critical to fix, predicated on your assessment. And then we, as a board, prioritize, well, we have these 4 or 5 maintenance costs that really, now that we've approved project 2 or project 3 or whatever project it is, we don't have to do in the 2 or 3 year time frame because they're not critical and they're going to be done under project 2, project 3, whatever. So that's the board discussion with full information from the administration, like what you're giving us here, to just have and to make the hard decisions when there happens to be a critical maintenance need that does have to be done that may or may not be covered by a future project. And then we have to see, well, is it such a critical need that we should spend the money on it, even if the going forward with an element of one of the future projects may have obviated this need in 3 or 4 years. Isn't that right? This is something we would just have to hash out, but you're giving us the data and you're going to tell us what's critical. So I think that that's really the information you're giving us in a very good and meaningful way. And then it's our job to work with you guys to come up with the priorities and decide what happens, right?
Correct.
Am I missing something?
Yeah, you're absolutely correct.
All right. So, and I appreciate this data. I think this is very transparent reporting. I think this is really good. It really helps. When I read through it, I had a good handle on what you were giving us information on. Now, the only other question I have, it's a finesse point. When you say duplicative costs, I'm assuming you're including any maintenance costs that would be obviated completely by a future project. So if the future project is a tear down, build up, obviously you're not going to have to do the roof or whatever. So you've included the maintenance cost on the roof. You've included those costs as overlap that are costs that would become obviated completely if we did the project, even though it wouldn't necessarily be a 1-for-1 replacement.
Right. And those items are highlighted in yellow.
That's how I read it. I was just making sure. Thanks.
And for those items, for instance, like with roofing, the phase 5 roofing overlapped by like 40% with project 2, a certain percentage with project 3. And so the portion of that item that overlapped with the specific project was assigned to that project, and a portion that overlapped with another project was assigned to overlap with the other project, so that you could see what percentage would actually be obviated.
Yeah, that is how I read it. I was just making sure that I wasn't reading anything into it I shouldn't have. That's all. So thank you.
I think we're good. Thank you so much, Marianne. Sorry, Marianne.
Sorry, I think this will be quick. Just after Ralph reviewed all of that, I just wanted to check, because I wasn't on the board in the earlier pool discussions. Last session, we had to approve some emergency repairs to the pool, right? And I'm assuming that given the original imagined timeline, project 2 might, if there had not been a pandemic, started perhaps early enough that that we might have been moving forward before those repairs would have been necessary, right? And so that's the kind of thing that we're talking about here as well, right? I'm clear on that, because I've been getting some questions from community members about why are things not getting repaired, and this is the answer to that, right? So because of timeline issues, because of delays in starting some, a project, things have now become critical that weren't anticipated to be critical previously, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. Our next item is our levy adjustment resolution.
So this is the prior year levy adjustment resolution, and if it looks familiar to you, it should, because you've already signed it. So what's changed with it is the fact that the Cook County Treasurer has submitted some updates on the data for the refund. And what we did is we went ahead and we put the update in this resolution here. And what's happening with this is they are allowing us to go ahead and pull the current resolution that we have on file and submit the updated one with the current information.
All right, questions on that? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have our coordination mission budget for fiscal year 2023.
So annually, we show the board their budget for the next school year. This usually comes to office time, and the person who puts that together is your board secretary. The board secretary knows next year expenses and everything that's happening for the next year, so they will go through it. They can put together this year's budget for you guys, and if you have any questions, we will answer them as best we can for you.
Does anybody have any questions related to our board budget for next year?
I have one.
Yeah.
And I was looking at it, the meals for the board eating. It's like, do we really spend that much money?
Well, we haven't had a meal for the board in
Years, right?
years, yeah.
See, and since the pandemic, but I looked at it, I just looked at that number and thought, is that really? It says line, under food, regular board meetings, 1250. Under food, yeah, so I just was curious, is that like a?
We haven't been spending it. It's
No,
on
it's been a few
carry-on.
years. Yeah, so we can get that.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna be meeting in person now, and I think the board did have food before, but I just didn't realize it was $1,200 because I don't eat it, so. I think that's what it is.
Maybe.
Yeah, I just want to say we stopped that prior to.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I'm pro coffee and tea at board meetings, so maybe just reducing it. So,
Yeah, pro caffeine, huh?
All right, any other questions or comments about the board budget? This will be coming back for approval at the 28th meeting. Thank you. Okay, our next item is stipend pay recommendations for the 2022-2023 school year.
Okay, here for this presentation is Roxanne and really the rest of her team. Johnson, our Director of Student Activities, and Nicole Absent.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. So Susan, please take it away.
So each year the stipend committee that consists of 3 administrators, the 3 of us up here, and then 3 members of the faculty senate meet every year to review current stipends and stipend applications for new stipends or changes to current stipends. This year, the stipend committee is recommending to add stipends for 3 current clubs at an increase of $11,570.20. That's based on our stipend amounts that we use this year because we don't have stipend amounts for next year yet through the negotiations process. And then we are recommending to adjust stipends for 4 current groups for an estimated increase of $14,422.69. And then we are also recommending to discontinue 3 current clubs that would result in a decrease of $16,060.24. So the net increase that we're asking for is $9,932.65. Again, based on 21-22 stipend amounts.
Great questions. I have a question. Yeah, Gina.
Thank you for this. It's helpful to see it. I'm curious about the I was appreciative to see how you showed us the clubs that, and the breakdown and, the attendees and the demographic breakdown and all of that. But I noticed that like the club that started leaving, we didn't get any information on like how it declined or like over time the decline. I think that might be useful to see, because one of the clubs that's that exists, that is not going to be in existence is the Minority Student Alliance, right? And I would love to see like how those numbers decreased over time, and I'm curious if the pandemic had anything to do with that. I mean, I just would like more information, as well as video announcements. Like I know that video announcements still happen, don't they? So they don't.
No, it's been absorbed into News Scene this year, so they're doing more News Scene episodes each week. And there hasn't been a student interest to do video announcements because there's so many more News Scene episodes all the time. It's kind of combined.
So yeah, so it would just be useful to know like what that decline in Minority Student Alliance looked like over time.
And just to give some background information, Minority Student Alliance is a new name for that. That name came out, I want to say in the 2019-2020 year, that switched from Students for Peace and Justice. And that had been a club that had been running a good number of years, but they were seeing a decline then, and they were seeing less interest. And so they changed their name with hopes that that would help attract more members to the club. And it just hasn't worked out that way. So I can get you the numbers for what the club was every year to show that, and then have that in here.
Thank you.
Any questions for any other board members?
Yeah. I appreciate the report, and having seen this, I think it's a pretty well-oiled process that you go through. So, but this chart that matrix that was this is new, correct?
There was one that existed a number of years ago, and we've slowly lost touch with it, or over the time of a change in leadership and over the years. But this is we wanted to bring this back to have less subjectivity to our decisions.
So there was one at some point.
At some point, there was
Okay.
one. Nobody seems to have the original one from that.
Yeah. So I mean, I appreciate adding that to make sure there is, that where we have standards of how we're doing it. And then from what I read, we're gonna, we'll review against it next year and calibrate to see how well we are. Because this, if it's held hard and fast and it's the first time, you've got to recalibrate, right?
Yeah, and that's our plan, is to reevaluate it next year to make sure that we don't have to make any adjustments. If we do, we will.
But I just wanted to add that Susan and Nicole did a lot of analysis. They looked at all the different clubs where they're currently situated. Likewise, all the sports, so that we can make sure that what we currently have is a realistic picture and it's reflected well on the chart. But of course, there is always room for improvement, so we will take a look next year and see if there are any changes.
Thank you.
Any questions for anyone else? All right, thank you very much. Okay, let's jump back up to 6A, which is my mistake. Skip right over it. So I go to approve the March 10th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Anybody have any redactions or corrections to the minutes?
I just see there's a note that says that if the president fails to call us at time, the president has to read the entire note.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask for that redaction, please, Ms. Congressman. All right, could we please have a voice vote? All those in favor of approving the minutes?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. No one's in favor of my reading now, just fine. Okay, so policy. Your next item 8A, behavior education plan with revisions for 2022, 2023.
All right, as our team is coming up here, I'll just introduce us by saying every year we bring our the student code of conduct, now behavior education plan to the board, and I will remind everybody that this behavior education plan is being reviewed now based off of what we've learned for the first time, because it was really this school year is the first time we were able to implement it. With that, we've had a lot of conversations about this, including the conversation with Gina and the members in front of us and the rest of CCB yesterday evening. And so Linda is here to lead the conversation, as well as our lead dean, Janelle Bishop, and Director of Student Services, Faith Nicole. So Linda, turn it over to you.
Thank you, Greg. Just one thing to frame us, and we're gonna jump right into it. Just remembering when we talked about this in CCB, we talked about what we're doing about behavior when it shows up, not if it shows up. We recognize that we will be managing some behavior patterns that need to be adjusted with students. And the BEP is all about how we are responding to those behaviors. So I wanted to use that as a frame your context as you listen to our Director of Student Services, Faith Cole, and Janelle Bishop, our lead dean, as they present the suggested changes for the vote that will happen at the regular meeting. Faith?
All right, if we're able to project our presentation.
I'm going to remind everybody too that last night, CCB board member Harris said, so this was a good conversation. I think 5-10 minutes is good. That's all we need. And so, I just want to throw that out there. That's fair.
Yes, I have repeatedly asked the board for brief reports, so that, yes, I have asked for that.
You said 2. So
yes.
I remember 2 minutes.
You can take 5.
I think the hope too is because you guys have a lot of the information already, is that you kind of go through quickly and give lots of time for questions.
Yeah, our comment is.
So again, I'm sitting next to Janelle Bishop, lead dean of students. We're just going to be talking about those behavior education plan recommendations and kind of how we got to that process. So really just kind of want to set the stage as it relates to our focus here at OPRF to create a supportive learning environment with a focus on a culture of warmth, using disciplinary measures in partnership with restorative practices to positively impact our school community. And oftentimes when we say restorative practices, there could be a disbelief that we also include disciplinary measures as well. And those things come hand in hand. We do that in partnership. And so I want to make sure I clarify that as we move forward. So I'm going to start by showing some data, just to give you a little bit of a snapshot around the infractions. And so what we captured on this was semester 1. And you can go ahead, next slide, please. Semester 1, we have 2021. And if you can go get the next, thank you. Oh, sorry.
Delay.
Okay.
There's a delay. Yes.
All right, good to know. At least people's hopefully voices aren't delayed like yesterday. And so when you take a look up here, we have semester 1 infractions 2021. We have semester 1 of 2019 and semester 1 of 2018. And obviously with 2020, because of the hybrid situation, did not feel that that data really truly represents a typical school year for us as well. As you can kind of look through that, it's based by ethnicity and kind of the total infractions for this school year for the first semester was 218. For 2019, the total infractions for that school year were 216. And then for 2018 school year, the total was 172. Slide. So then looking more so a little bit deeper at our in-school reflection, also known for some as in-school suspension, as well as our out-of-school suspension. And so again, capturing those same few years, getting a sense of what the days look like. And so these are occurrences of students within the spaces. In some cases, we have students that have multiple days of in-school reflection or multiple days of out-of-school suspension. So this doesn't necessarily mean that there are 125 students the first semester. In cases where students have multiple days, it actually skews the numbers a bit. And so the reason we think this information is important, because of the implementation of the behavior education plan, there was this belief that because we were doing things in a different way, we were going to see a huge uptick in behaviors of our students. And so what we noticed is when we came back from the fall, students were presenting in a way that wasn't typical, but we were seeing that across the country in many different spaces. And so we were able to, as a dean team, really kind of identify what things were working well for us, which in the behavior education plan, and then where do we see areas of opportunity. We really do believe this document. We need to constantly look it over, revise it as necessary with the feedback from these members, but making sure that it makes sense to our Oak Park community. Next slide, please. And so I won't go through reading this, but again, there were a lot of things that worked really well for this behavior education plan that felt organic, that felt appropriate, that really kind of got to the crux of really helping our students to receive disciplinary actions, but then build their own capacity for improving them. So we listed those things within here. And this was after many conversations with our dean team and getting some feedback from other stakeholders as well around what we felt things were very strong about the BEP. So some of the important considerations, and so as we started to kind of get closer to this point in the school year, we really wanted to make sure that we were understanding areas of opportunity within the BEP. And so just a reminder is what we were finding in some cases with certain infractions that it did not allow enough time for us to really have thoughtful, engaging conversations, restorative work, disciplinary actions in some cases. In order for every individual to have access to the safe and welcoming school environment. So there were recommendations for certain infractions to be increased to a higher level to allow for us to have more time to make sure when the student is returning to the environment that we have really set them up for success. In addition, I mentioned this before, is that our recommendations were sent to CCB, which is staff members as well as other stakeholders in the community to get their feedback around. So again, I'm not going to read through all of these, but just a reminder, within the board memo were suggested response level changes from level 2 to level 3. There were other suggested response level changes, and in addition, other recommended revisions, and that was captured within the board memo. And this is something that we think is particularly important. And so this year was the first year that we did a SEL screener, social emotional learning screener. And this is really for students to self-identify how they're feeling within our space. They're asked questions around, how do they feel they're able to handle trauma? How do they feel they're able to self-regulate? And it really helps us understand a little bit more of what they believe their experience has been here and what kind of coping skills they have. And so one of the questions that we did have was an open-ended question to our students, really to kind of capture what are some of the hardest things that they're dealing with right now. Because we want to make sure that we're providing them what they have. And so this is I believe it's called a Wordle. That sound right? Wordle.
That's right.
Great. That's good. Such a fun word to say, Wordle. But as more students respond, the words continue to get bigger. So as you can see, some of the ones that are coming up, schoolwork, COVID, work, college. There are a lot of things that we expect for our high school students within this space. But again, the COVID, friends, future, and then even within this, I didn't include it, but we had students actually type up individual responses about things they're thinking about, how they're showing up in our spaces. And we do think this is important as we think about that tier 1 level support that is needed at Oak Park and River Forest to make sure all our students are successful. We do know this is going to be ongoing in the coming years. This is not going anywhere. And so we want to make sure that we are offering places so students can share where they're at and then making sure we're using that information to make changes moving forward. So school and student supports. And so there are a few things that we do here. So the tier 1 level is really intended for all our students. This is to make sure that we are hitting a majority of our students in a way that is going to be productive. And so I mentioned before about the SEL screener, Panorama. And then one of the really big pushes this year with the help of Janelle as well as Principal Parker has been around the culture of the building committee. And I think she has a shirt on. She's going to be mad. She had to get up yesterday and show everybody her fancy shirt. But really, it's intended to bring folks together to really provide, similar to what our elementary, middle schools are doing, is a kind of a positive behavior system where we're really telling kids what we want them to do and showing them what that looks like, and then really rewarding them in such a way. And so that's something that has been happening. There's been lots of great things that have come out of that committee. If you have not seen the video, please make sure you do that. Some of you will definitely be chopping onions because it is a tearjerker. But again, the love for the students, I think, really comes out of that space. In addition, SEL focus in advisory classes. There was a huge partnership with the MOJA, and a lot of the work planning happened over the summer. And those lessons are kind of built into advisory, allowing for that work to happen specifically around SEL during that time. So for tier 2 and tier 3 supports, all students get tier 1, but some students need additional supports. And so some of the things that we offer here are our PSS teams, our risk and threat assessments. That's to determine if the student is at risk hurting themselves or potentially hurting other people. We have social work skill groups, and that's actually new this year. And these are students that have been identified from our EWS data, our early warning system data, as needing additional skills in social emotional. And so those are things that are happening currently this year, and we're excited to kind of see the data and hopefully the impact that we'd like to see for that level of support for our students. In addition, we have a partnership with Rosecrans. So we're able to offer substance assessments to our students in need. Home visits are always happening. Check and Connect is another support system where students get a one-on-one connection with an adult. And then other partnerships include West 40 and then the Oak Park Township. So what have we learned as a result of this work? And so there's been lots of things that we've learned, but some particular things are really that we know that this type of disciplinary work is much harder. It's much harder to do, and it's not something that is one size fits all. It really allows for us to be creative. We have to know the student, and we have to understand the situation. So that relationship piece is huge. And so we know that it's much harder. In addition, the full data on the effects of the BEP more than likely will not be reflected for a few years. It's going to be more quantitative data is going to take some time. We have some qualitative feedback that we've gotten back from students who have taken part in the BEP in a more creative way. So maybe they're working with a custodian, buildings and grounds. I know we don't call them custodians here. Buildings and grounds, if they have vandalized the bathroom, and they're spending time with some of the people that they've impacted, and then potentially, like I said, see what that looks like and some of the fallouts of that. So really, again, offering some creative ways of helping students to build their capacity around that. And those things we do see. It's the quantitative data that we're hoping will impact the academics as well. And then talking about the creative approaches, and then really identifying that we need more tier 1 level supports. And that's really based around the panorama screener, and then also seeing the disciplinary infractions. And so now that we have that information, start to figure out what that looks and what that feels like.
Great, thank you. Questions from board? Who has questions?
Sarah?
Marianne, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Hi. Yes. This is more of a comment than a question. I just want to, I guess, state that I really appreciate that we're taking this kind of approach. I know it's kind of a long-term process to commit to and see the results over time and adjust it over time. I've been doing some reading recently on slightly younger kids, and one line that struck me is the line, "Behavior is communication." And I think that is a really helpful framing for me, because I think it's so easy as an adult to respond to what seems like bad behavior as if it is a threat to your authority, or, and then get frustrated and angry and act in a very disciplinary way, when a lot of the times this is the kid saying, "I'm in trouble and I need help." So I appreciate that. And especially given the pandemic, given the last 2 years, and every time the economy goes bad, domestic violence goes up. There are clear correlations in all of this. And with our students, I think maybe some people are not aware how much trauma they're experiencing. I have students who lost 4 family members in March of 2020, just at the start, and it just kept going. I have students who had to drop out because their working parent died and they had to go to work in order to support the family. So these are college students, but nonetheless, I think pandemics are, disasters are not evenly distributed. So I just wanted to say that and remind people, and thank you for your work.
And I'll answer questions from other board members. Tom?
Yes, you mentioned that this is, well, first, thank you for the work, I agree. This is, what's being done, I appreciate. You mentioned this is a long-term, this takes time. And my experience on the board in this disciplinary and is that we've made a lot of changes in how we keep score, and now we've made changes in how we're doing it and how we keep score, because there are reports, and it becomes difficult to assess when you're doing that, yet you need to continually improve. So I guess what I'm struggling with is, because it is difficult to understand. I mean, there are certain parts of it that you can look through all the data and see the same things, just packaged a little bit different way when we look at some of the, racial imbalances, et cetera. But the bottom line is we keep changing that. And so I guess as we look to the future, how can we balance the need to be able to know how we're doing, which is keeping score, with implementation and continuing improving? It's a tough question. I don't know if you understand me, but
No, I think I do. I think it's, and I think to your point, it's hard to go back and kind of, did this actually work if you have different things that you're trying to identify that may be called something different, just it's presented in a different package. And so one of the things that, and unfortunately, we have people that have been here for a long time, and so they're able to find connections between things that help us really kind of understand what the data says. With that said, though, it is incredibly hard then to say, we did this have an exact correlation to what the work that we did? And it's difficult though. The kids have, their behavior, it's communicating. And so what do we need to do right away is really try to help and support them. But it does get messy because we don't have those same things in place like we've had before. And so I definitely understand the frustration, because then it's hard to say, is this actually having the impact we hope? Or is, was it really this bad this year as it was in whatever other year? Because every year, it's just really hard to compare those things. So I definitely understand that. I hear that. I don't know if anybody else has thoughts.
I was just going to add, in terms of metrics to keep an eye on, with Senate Bill 100, there was a focus placed on exclusionary practices, meaning how long students were taken out of the learning environment to be disciplined. And as seen in our slide number 4, our number of days for in-school reflection have decreased. And so the response to infractions have changed, allowing students to spend more time in the instruction area and not excluded from discipline. The OSS numbers are counted by days, not by students, but still have also decreased. And I point that out only to say, as we think about the fact that there will be behavior that we have to address at schools, for 3,400 students to have 27.5 days experienced in a first semester during a post-pandemic time where we were seeing a whole bunch of everything, speaks volumes too, in terms of the restorative work and the conversations that were happening and what's happening with students. So I say that to say it depends on what we're trying to count in terms of, is there behavior happening or what's happening as a result of that behavior. I think that those speak to the work we're doing around making sure SB 100 lives and is real in this school.
And I would add on the front end, because we can, and I think we'll always continue to evolve in how we respond and how we apply our responses to behaviors. I also like to consider how many behaviors are happening. It doesn't matter what we call them. We've changed the names over time, but how often are kids appearing in the discipline system under some infraction, whatever we call it. And I think that won't ever change, the ability to simply count how often students are appearing in the discipline system. And also counting how many students are participating in the proactive interventions that we're putting into place. How much are kids and families utilizing our social work programs, our check and connects, and all these things that we are putting into place. Because, for example, I like to, those of you who've heard me have this conversation a long time, I like to talk about like the infraction of fighting. We can actually decide to stop ever suspending kids for a fight, but a fight might still happen. And what are we doing to build skills in our children so that perhaps they seek another way to deal with conflict and not have as many fights? And so to me, that's a measurable thing that we can look at over time, is how often and how frequently how many kids and how frequently kids are appearing in our numbers. And so to me, that's also important to look at.
Yeah, thank you for your responses, because as I reflect, and I think of the changes that I'm referencing, a lot of the changes have been, moving things from a 4 to a 3, reshuffling, but as you talk about, which impacts the way we have looked at it. But when you talk about more, I guess the higher level, the out of school suspensions, those numbers, the days has been a constant and the number is good. So thank you very much.
Others, comments, questions? So I have kind of a question. I mean, it's maybe a question for another day, but as we talk about sort of building our kids' capacity to be able to handle situations, right? Because there's always a precursor for every infraction that happens, right? So, we get these kids at 14, right? And they're sort of like mini adults by that point. So what kind of conversations, if any, or what articulation are we looking at to kind of like work with our feeder schools to help make sure that, like, I feel like we just have to kind of work backwards, right? Like that it really needs to begin, 0 to 5, frankly. So, what efforts can we do to continue to support our feeder districts and trying to, all be sending the same message, working on the same skills, et cetera?
I think that's a great thought. Unfortunately, I know the district a little bit. And so one of the things, I think the ability to talk to about like what we're seeing in our space. And so we see like, if freshmen are coming in and they're really struggling with executive functioning, how can we make sure that the middle schools are aware of that and they're getting in front of that? So I think it really comes to kind of this partnership of from a space of, these are some things that we're noticing. Is there a way to kind of work that within? And I know the middle schools have asked for that. I know the elementary schools, everybody wants to make sure that they're ready for their experience when they come here. And so I think it's really about identifying what those key components are and then making sure that we're communicating those and then seeing what that looks like. And so if the elementary schools are doing something or the middle schools, and then are there certain things that we want to then carry over back into our space as well? And so I think that communication, which is ongoing, is happening. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to see collaboration in terms of professional development, et cetera. We had a tri-board equity committee that was the 3 districts, and it sort of laid fallow for a few years. So I think that there are additional opportunities that even at the board level that we can be doing to support that work. So I'm here for it, whatever we can do to support that, I think would be terrific. Questions or comments from others? Dr. Hardy, good to see you.
You too, Board President. My counterpart at 97, Carrie Cam, and I, working on the tri-board work that is part of my role, we've had preliminary discussions about the need for common approaches as it relates to behavior management. And I feel very comfortable reminding even publicly that district in particular was in a leadership transition. So we stopped and just decided to wait until that settles down. And then the second part was to see how we could, as you know, restart the tri-board equity committee, but that was also paused because of the leadership transition. So the discussions will continue, but we did not bring anything to anyone because we just held off.
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry, that wasn't meant at all to be critical.
No, not at all.
It was meant more as just an observation, but and this is ongoing work, right? Like we're never going to solve it.
I also think bringing parents into the conversation at some level in terms of this skill building is important. Discipline is a hard thing to deal with when it's your child. Because there's a lot of denial that you like, that could never be my kid. And but we need to go past that to help them get to a point where, like, we're just building skills in order to give you the capacity of handling it next time. We understand that there will be mistakes and there will be bad choices. And so just wanting to deal with that versus trying to, act as though it doesn't exist or didn't helps the child more in terms of building those skills than to wish it away.
Yeah, and I think maybe even destigmatizing it a little bit, right? So
Yes.
the parents are more accepting of.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, we just have to figure it out for the next time.
We, and one more thing is that one of our social workers, Kalita Himes, has proposed this idea of having kind of a parent and student workshop around some of the things that, so we have, high instances of girls fighting. And so maybe bringing in those students as well as their parents and more from an education kind of standpoint of like, why do we think this is happening? Kind of what's the root of this? And so there's been conversation around having those I should say caregiver and student workshops that are hosted by our social workers next year.
Thank you. I didn't mean to derail us. That was really more of like a, as we move forward. So thank you so much for your work. If there's no other questions from the board, comments? Thank you.
Thanks.
Policy item B is policies for first reading. There is a memo. I don't know, we're not voting on any of these tonight, of course. Are there any that folks in particular wanted to ask questions about or have discussion on?
No, that's exactly. We'll be bringing these back once we confirm this is accurate.
Okay. All right, so I see no hands raised, so I will assume that we are good on that. So our next item is future agenda items. I will remind folks after that we are going to the session. Does anyone have a future agenda item they'd like to raise now? All right. Okay, so I move that we enter closed session. For the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors. I will let Craig excuse people in just 1 second. I'm sorry.
You can see their
I've
itching
done
over
that. I can see everybody's looking. Including hearing testimony and a complaint lodged against employees, specific individuals serves as an independent contractor or a volunteer of the public body or against legal counsel to join validity. And collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. Is there a second?
Second.
We do a voice vote.
Aye.
I'm sorry, no, the roll call, because I said wrong.
All right, Mr. Arkin,
Aye.
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yep.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Costa.
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Ms. Spivey.
Yes. All right, folks, it's in your closed session, or it's in your email, the closed session link, and we will see you there shortly.
So I just hate to say this, everybody, we're gonna go into special, and I'm just gonna need you all.
That's what he means. Actually, it was quicker than I thought it was going to be. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was.
All three of you agree, just like last night.
Just like last night. We're having a repeat of last night.
It's all right.
You're here.
On that, what?
You're here. You don't need to be on the. Okay, all right, so we're back in open session. I move that we adjourn our committee of the whole meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, don't leave. We're opening our next meeting. Okay, so it is 10:32 p.m. on April 14th, 2022. I'd like to call to order the special board meeting for the District 200 Board of Education. Lisa, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Martiri,
Here.
Ms. Harris,
Here.
Mr. Kowski,
Here.
Dr. Maharaj,
Here.
Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Mr. Henry,
Here.
Ms. Spivey.
I'm also here. Do you have any public comments?
None.
All right. I move to approve the personnel report, including new hires, transfers, assignment changes, summer hires, retirements, and resignations. Is there a second?
Second.
Lisa, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Henry,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Martiri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kowski,
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj,
Yes.
Ms. Spivey.
Yes. And I thank you all for your time, and I move to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
Any opposed?
Yes. All in favor.